Good evening, everybody. Let's see. Ooh, feeling lucky tonight. No drop frames. This is a good sign. That is a good omen. All right. Continuing to work on this letter puzzle prop, specifically tonight, the decoder piece. I have the unfinished letter right now, trying like a two-tone thing, mostly just because I liked both colors of paper for Kai's. Obviously, I haven't really roughed up the papers or anything like that yet, but I got the decoder in a bit of a fancier spot. Feeling pretty good about that. Yeah, looks pretty cool to me. This needs to be sort of weathered and distressed. I kind of want to use, I don't know if it's going to be inks, watercolors, or some combination of those. But kind of two sides. This kind of I'm trying to go for a vibe here where, like, you could imagine a set of these, in almost like some kind of like I imagine like a leather bag with a clasp. It's it feels like it's made out of some sort of like paper stretched over wood, with metal and leather. Like it's a functional piece that would get a lot of wear and tear. So it's definitely neater than it should be. But this is the experiment of sort of making something a little bit fancier out of just the chipboard. So I'm gonna keep pushing that idea. To some extent, I'm kind of at the space too of this project where keeping everything organized is a project in and of itself, because there are basically 8 pages, the letters themselves, and 8 decoders that match, that go along with it. So keeping them together is ideal. But then I also have like various states of work in progress to also keep straight, which is a fun challenge. Right now I'm trying to maybe folders for let's see, so that is that one. Put those, keep that set together. Okay. And then this one, so the second page. What else did I do? I also came up with, this was late last night, a reliable way to reproduce these sheets without it being a total, totally new challenge every single time. And yeah, that'll make sense as we use it. So I'll keep these together. Okay, and then I already put the one backing on this, so I think the steps are, let's see. So put the reverse backing and then the front, and then the idea here with the borders is just to sort of add some extra focus. I have a bunch of this sort of like interesting textured paper that's too small to really use for very many purposes, so I figure that's a fun way to try adding it on. So we're just going to keep experimenting and see what happens next. So I need this sheet. Which is like a textured, it's like a textured inkjet paper. I've got all sorts of different weird paper types. And then the one slightly tedious part of this process has been super gluing the different sheets onto the chipboard because I don't want to warp it, but I also don't want to wait for things to dry. So that's just there could be a more elegant way of sealing everything, but this is what I got. Hope everybody's got something cool to work on tonight. I'm excited. I feel like I'm actually, the end is in sight on all these projects, and that's very exciting. Millen's still working on that tavern map. Cool. Noel, you're telling me streak is legit. Can't be stopped. Yeah, that's definitely how it goes sometimes. Yeah, it's definitely been habit forming, which is exciting. I'll take it. I haven't updated my deck of questions, but I have been thinking about interesting questions. Or what I think are interesting questions. What do you guys think is the best way to introduce people to D&D, or to tabletop RPGs, I should say? Is it some sort of actual play show where they're watching other people? Is it a one-shot that's sort of catered to them. Maybe it's joining in to play or even to watch a friend's game. Millen, how often do you bring out drawn maps during your session? Usually just like a new town. I like giving maps to establish sort of what's important in a town. Aside from that, it would have to have some significant story reason, I think. It'd have to have a... I don't just do it out of force of habit. It would have to have a purpose to make sense. How many do you think you need? Yeah, if you enjoy it. I mean, having an arsenal of maps is never a bad thing. Especially ones that are sort of catered to your world. It's always great. There was a moment in the first season of Critical Role that stuck with me. I still think about it. And I don't know. I'm sure it was legit, but I also was always curious how much of it was like Dungeon Master magic, like, or kind of theater. Hey, what's up, TMP? But there's a moment when the players are in, I forget the name of it, but they're in the town that's been taken over by vampires, and they go to some location, and Matt Mercer kind of indicates he kind of goes through a bunch of big rolls of grid paper that all have different maps on them, presumably, because he's like, I have all these because I don't know which place in town you guys are going to go. And that always felt like, number one, I could believe it, right? That he would have, over the years, accumulated and have these locations, or maybe even sat there thinking about like all of these locations that could go, and I need these different types of maps, and here's how I'm going to provide that. I also thought like that would be a really smart thing to do as a DM, to sort of have maybe 2 or 3 like building layouts, but indicate that there's like a whole bunch of them, because like, let me see which one, but really like whichever building, you just need a building map. It could justifiably be, they could work in all those situations, but that's going to make it seem so real to the players that like I had to map out this whole town because I didn't know where you would go, because that's like, it would be so inefficient to do. Like, it's so unnecessary. I need to pull up that clip and maybe make a video about it, because I still think about that and like, whether was that, it's cool in either, it's cool if it was an earnest thing he had done, and it's cool if it was bullshit. I like it both ways. My group of 2 separate players who were skeptical of D&D joined later, and our companion just dropping them in a session usually gets them hooked. Cool. That's that's one way. Hey, what's up, Miradon? That's what you hope to do? I mean, it is... It's cool. I'm not sure, and I realize it's all relative coming from me, especially when like, is it feasible to do? Like, could you ever have enough like hand-drawn maps to represent all these different situations? I don't know. And if you did, how could you find them quickly enough to be useful? Stream's good. It looks like super solid, consistent. Nothing, no dropped frames or lagging tonight, so I'm happy about that. I've sorted out like a basic idea for these decoder panels, so just taking a whack at that here. I agree, Millen, definitely. Player actions are mostly reactions. So, yeah. Oh no, I think maps are almost essential to especially complex play, and helping bridge that gap between sort of theater of the mind and sort of strategy and imagination. But I look at I don't necessarily fall into the kind of lazy dungeon master prep mode of thinking, but I do look at it and say, if I'm only going to use 1 or 2 maps in that session, how few can I make to be ready for that? So it's like a smart cut of work, I guess. Yeah. I've noticed a lot of players are that way. I think that's, yeah, definitely. And I think it's an accessible way to run a game, right? Like, it's just being more accessible towards your different players. Are you kidding me, Millen? Is that true? That's amazing. Wow. I did not know that. That's super cool. The cheese of truth. Could be. Favorite times when we drew the map on the whiteboard. Felt like we were in a war meeting, had magnets to indicate. That's awesome. Yeah, it's funny when people say, like, they're all, obviously a lot of my stuff's terrain, or you could use dry erase, or people use like virtual tabletops, which can be really cool. Or like you're saying, even putting a map up on the wall or having like a board. To some extent, I think it's just about like, sometimes it's just about changing it up, finding a new format or a new way. Having a new form factor sort of encourages a different way of thinking about it sometimes. Communication for sure. No, it's for portrait. You're not seeing it. You're not seeing all of it from the right perspective. It'll make more sense. I'm just doing the glue it in place and then cut away the excess method. That way I don't have to like worry about cutting it perfectly to size. So the sheet of paper runs wide. So it's this orientation. It's just using this paper underneath just so I don't accidentally glue my cutting mat. And if any of it, the glue does get down, it's not gonna stick. I'm sure that this application method I have is gonna make me wish I got a different form of super glue before doing this step, but that's okay. The corner. You're talking about these little guys here. These are actually like a I don't know what you call them. What's the name for them? But they're just little sort of greebly bits that you can pick up. I have some here to test out. What are they called? Metal book corner protectors. So that's, I guess that's their stated use. It's all taped up. So that part I didn't make, but there, we'll see how many fit. Yeah, I mean, some of them wouldn't work in this case, but other ones would. Yeah, we'll see. So, got those too. I'm leaning toward, I like them being removable because it's a helpful way to sort of clip the letters in place. Behind, whereas if I were to actually like glue them, then I think sticking the letters underneath those would be kind of finicky, but we'll see how it ends up. Yeah, those were definitely a hobby store find that I then was like, okay, what are these things called? Let me find them online as cheap as I can find them, because sometimes craft stores, hobby stores are like the most expensive place to get supplies. So proceed with caution is what I'll say to that. So I think I'm going to just pick different sort of accents for each of the sheets to sort of differentiate them, different corner pieces as well. And then I definitely need to do something to sort of weather the whole surface. I think that this textured paper will take a lot of different, like I might even try like watercolors or something on it. We'll see. Just need to experiment, see what might look good. But yeah, I was pretty happy landing on this sort of look so far. I'm excited about, because it's like, well, it's just a piece of chipboard. So how? But I do like not having to paint it, because that's what I thought I was going to have to do. I definitely think I like this option more. I mean, by the time anything liquid is touching these, it's sandwiched together in such a way that I am not necessarily worried about anything warping, because, you know, it's like that this paper is one thickness, then the chipboard layer, and then this paper on the other side. So there's like a lot of things to sort of help hold it in place that I'm not really necessarily worried, but I'm definitely going to be testing out each piece separately first. I also have these pens that I've never tried before. I don't know if they'll be in the right sort of color family. Where are they? I've never used them, but they were another they're distress crayons. So they basically, like, you color with them and then put water on, and they react to the water. And I specifically got them because I'm like, I should put more color in more of my pieces, so it's not just a bunch of murky brown and gray and tan mess, even though that might just be what this ends up being. Hey, there are worse decisions you can make. Yeah, I mean, like, if taking even like a homemade wash on like a sponge, right? And then just kind of touching it up different places. I was also thinking I've got like different powders. I could try to grime it up a little bit. It's definitely going to take some experimentation. Oh, faux leather fabric. That'll be handy for something. Grab texture, yeah. I think it's here. It's like, where did my stack of crazy things go? Here we go. See what I mean? Like, I've got all these like scraps of just like nonsense random textured paper. I was like, this is a good way to use it as sort of like, kind of feels almost like Mad Libs almost. Just kind of drop it in. Basically, right? Because why not? Ooh. Oh yeah, new dimension 20, that's cool. Either one would be thematically appropriate, given the subject matter that this stream usually goes down. Nice. Congrats. Primer it is. Well, that's I'm excited for you. This is reminding me of the stream where I was making the envelopes, the I know a guy envelopes. Working with this much paper. Is unusual for me. Ever created a D&D scenario based off of a TV show or movie concept? Let me think. I mean, probably, right? inspiration comes from everywhere. First one that comes to mind is I definitely created an entire adventure arc based on a Twilight Zone episode that I really liked. The one about a little kid that's a god and keeps a whole town in fear. To think up another example. Well, I try not to glue myself to this thin piece of paper. Oh, come on. Yeah, there's a ton of inspiration in classic Twilight Zone. I'd highly recommend it. Well, that's definitely true, too. Classic Twilight Zone is one of those things that, like, if copyright law was what it should be, it would just have, like, it would just be available. Like, it's crazy to see something that's been around that long still being sort of in the control of a company or whatever. It's kind of annoying, but it's like, have they not made their money on this yet? Can people not just have it? I think it it does, if you like, it's almost like its own genre. It's kind of like, do you remember those old like could fit in your back pocket type of like choose your own adventure books? That it feels like we're all written somehow in like the 50s or something like that, and they all kind of have a certain vibe. They're their own kind of storytelling genre. Like, you wouldn't compare them to really, really good books or really, really bad books. They're sort of just like, you kind of know what you're doing. It's kind of like opening a comic book or something like that. Like, you know what this is. That's what Twilight Zone feels like. It feels completely unique and special in terms of the way that they do bottled storytelling. Or like, you know, like a book of fables, right? That's kind of what it feels like. Because there's always this kind of moral, well, I shouldn't say always, but there's usually some sort of like moral question hanging over the story. Twilight Zone and Goosebumps. That's a good start. Highbrow content. I'm sure by the time I finish doing a bunch of these, I'll figure out a very elegant way to not glue my fingers to it. Hey, when Black Mirror hits, Black Mirror hits. But yeah, I generally What's that one? Was it like a Christmas special Black Mirror? The one with John Hamm? I think it was like White Christmas or something like that. That one hits hard. That one's very strong. There are a few Black Mirror episodes that really do kind of rise above that show, like generally what that show accomplishes. Sometimes that show is completely baffling, and other times it's like so good. What's the other one? It's like Sand. Oh man, I can't remember my other favorite episode. Where did Oh yeah, yeah. I love Death and Robot. Another like like a bunch of sort of story vignettes or whatever. Oh god, do you guys remember the back during the Matrix hype? Do you remember the Animatrix? That one blew me away as a kid. What are these stories? Loved it. Yeah, anthologies, yeah. It's like what I only stuck with a few seasons worth of American Horror Story, but that was a fun sort of anthology-esque type approach to a show. I kind of fell off of it after a while, but I love the concept. I wish more shows did that, kind of a new concept every season. Yeah, I love the Haunting of Hill House. It's good stuff. And the spiritual successor or the spiritual sequel, Bly Manor, is good too. And then the batshit crazy one that they let the showrunner make after that, The Fall of the House of Usher, is also good. Yep. Basically, you'll know pretty quickly whether you'll like the showrunner of that. If you do, I would give each of those a shot. I think everybody has a different reaction to everything after. They're other shows. They're not other seasons, but they're definitely, the kind of the haunted house of the first season, and then of Hill House, and then Bly Manor is sort of a different location and a different story about, another haunted house in a totally different sort of style, telling very, very different stories. And then Fall of the House of Usher, that's like, that feels almost like an extended, like, let's take a concept from like a Twilight Zone episode style thing and let's make a season out of it. I'm pretty sure that guy. I need to look up his name because I like his work at this point. But I think all of that, all of their stuff is like a Netflix exclusive or whatever. Like all of their work goes on Netflix. And I slept on. I didn't check out Fall of the House of Usher for a while, but I really liked it. If you like horror, this run of shows has a really, really good horror instinct, I guess. That's how I'd put it. Yeah, it's good stuff. It's honestly, it's kind of like the hey, thanks for checking out the stream. Wow. It's kind of like the Goosebumps book thing, right? Where you could probably draw inspiration from just any random Twilight Zone episode. Like, I need to do that sometime too. It's probably a really fun one-shot or adventure arc out of every episode. Yeah, and that's kind of what I want. That's kind of what I mean. I think that the I don't think that like I can't say that there's never a jump scare, but like a lot of horror feels like that's kind of their only trick. I feel like the shows we've been talking about fall much more in line with kind of like really kind of unsettling horror. More in the ideas. And actually I can think of a significant jump scare in the first episode, but that's not typical for the rest of the show. And even it is done in a fairly like reserved way. So I think it's, if the show messes you up, it'll be for other reasons. Oh man, horror games. Psh. Yeah. That would be tricky. I'm trying to think of like the scariest game I ever played. But then like especially now with VR games, and there's so many more ways to mess with people now. And then like games that are like listening to your microphone, right? Games that are responding to what freaks you out, I guess. Oh man, if you guys haven't seen it, I don't know if I've plugged this video. It kind of falls in line with the stuff that we're talking about there, but also like strange storytelling. I'm gonna have to look up what channel. It's a YouTube video. Let me find it because I don't want to get it wrong. It's a channel. Power Pack, the YouTube channel Power Pack. The video is myhouse.wad. All of our talk about like kind of subtle horror diegetic storytelling. That it's a long video, but it's basically walking. It's basically walking through the experience of exploring a Doom map mod that is more than it seems. Totally captivating. I would highly recommend it. Power Pack, spelled P-A-K. And the less you know about any of what of the subject matter going in, the better I think the experience of watching that video. It's like one of the. It might be actually. It's probably the best documentary I've watched this past year. That's fair. Hour 42 is nothing. Yeah. For YouTube, for a YouTube video, it's pretty lengthy, but I get what you're saying. I forgot where I am. I forgot where my recommendation is landing. Oh yeah, highly recommended. And it's funny because like people say like, you know, you always see like, oh, all the short form stuff, like long form. Nobody wants to watch long form stuff anymore. And it's like, well, let me see here. I never played Doom. I don't know the first thing about. I don't know the first thing about making those map packs or what that sort of gaming culture is like. But within the first like minute of watching that video, I'm like, oh, I want to know everything about it. Just watched what was it, a few weeks ago, Jenny Nicholson's like 4-hour video about the Star Wars hotel. Like, stuff is as good as anything that I would watch on Netflix. 6 hours per video. I have not. Quentin reviews. I'll have to check that out. Yeah, multiple meals. Yep. It can still count, but multiple for sure. That's smart, Ryan. Good job. Paper. Guess I'll just have to start painting it onto the page itself. Cool. Oh, for sure. It's always a good time when you know you've got a bunch of work to grind through. Interesting. I don't know. Most anticipated. Whew. Yeah, none immediately come to mind, but I'm sure there are some that I would be excited about. Supposed to be a new Bond game coming out in the next couple of years. Sort of a sucker for those stories and those movies, so I'll be checking that out at some point. But at this point, my game backlog is huge, so who knows when I'll get to it. I'm not super efficient about playing games. Maybe once I start doing it more on stream, maybe I'll have a better answer for that. GTA 6, one day, I believe it. It's true, there are tons of really good games. They're not gonna give me 4 of each? Yeah, they are. Okay, good. pretty high on my list, but I haven't gotten to it yet. But I loved the original game. This is here's my biggest disappointment in myself because I haven't been keeping up. I don't make time to play video games anymore. Not being right there when it came out to play the sequel to Alan Wake. That's anticipated, but it's already out. But it's pretty anticipated for me. I just haven't taken the time to play it. I think I want to replay Alan Wake first, and then some of the other Remedy. I think there's one other Remedy game that is somewhat tied into the overall mythology. Control, is it, or something like that? So I want to play those before. Let's see, do I like these being different? Almost like picture frames, which is not necessarily a bad thing. Yeah. It Remedy made it was Control, right? No. Remedy made Max Payne, which is like one of the earliest games I just remember geeking out over. Max Payne 2, and then they made the third Max Payne, which was like fine, but I think I really liked the style. And Alan Wake had tons of interesting kind of genre style to it, and everything I've seen about Alan Wake 2, I'm like, oh, I need to carve out some time for that. No Man's Sky. Yeah, I've heard good things about it now, that they really stuck with it. So I am putting a border on this. Sort of feeling it out as I go. I'm like, oh, I like each of these being, like, I still don't really know how I'm going to indicate to players like which one of these things. Like, I like the idea of some sort of a visual tell that, like, oh, you know, this one goes with this sheet. Like, because it's like, oh, well, that one doesn't work. Like the trial and error might be frustrating. It might be fine. There's only 8 sheets and 8 options, so it's like, how long could that really take? But I'm finding as I'm making them that I'm like, oh, I think I want each of these to be a different vibe. So far, at least. Just kind of experimenting. All right, you know me, I'll be here. Oh boy. I'm excited. It's so cool. Come on. My stupid hands. Come on. So are you thinking you're gonna post them next, or you want to spend some more time on them? I had a thought about Thorn, Kai and Thorn. I don't know if you guys are gonna like it. I don't know if I should even say it. Maybe ignorance is bliss. You know what I mean? You guys don't have to know everything. uh, so my goal is definitely to make, versions of this that other people can play. Maybe some printable versions, certainly a drop of like a few that I make by hand, stuff like that. And in doing so, these characters are sort of going to be handed over to as many DMs as want to play it. And in doing so, just by the law of averages, Thorn and Kai are bound to endure horrible fates thrust upon them by, whatever DM runs this content. Much more so than I could ever accomplish on my own, or any of you. So in a sense, like, what we're doing in even speaking these characters into existence is introducing a multiverse of pain for these characters. We can't protect them. Who knows what fates they'll have at other tables. Probably best just not to think about it. That'll be fascinating to find out. Your deplorable and evil characters. Oh no. So goofy looking. So goofy looking, but I don't mind it. I'll have to take a look here. Take a look here in a minute once I get these corners made. Map building. Well, that's a good place for it. Yeah, I know where to find it. I don't know yet. Like, one option is to effectively use the colors somehow on the letters themselves, right? To indicate which is which. Right now I'm just like the lore, the background in my head is something like, you know, these would be built at different times using different supplies. And this is also just sort of my first take on it. It could be that it's a lot simpler to, like I was just actually thinking about this while making these. Like I like this version, but it might feel better if both sides were more like this kind of paper, kind of wood, with just kind of like dark, even like black everywhere. So that way they all looked the same, like a consistent set. So that might be another take on it that I try and see which one I like more. Maybe the stamp that seals the letter matches the color of the decoder. That could be cool, except that in this case, you know, here's two decoders because one is needed for each page. So I'm thinking possibly some sort of a I don't know. Yeah, I haven't figured that out yet. I know how I did it in the past, which could work here, but maybe that will be sorted out naturally through the creation process. We'll see. I'm not worried about it because I think at the end of the day, if it is a trial and error, it's not the worst, because you know it shouldn't be a frustrating process. There's only so many options. Like it could even be something since I've got the visual on the back, like there could even be something that looks like a burn mark of just like a simple symbol that finds its way somewhere onto each of the letters, maybe in the same corner, right? Something like that. Something innocuous, unknown at but the other reason for sort of building up this paper, especially in the corners a little bit, is to add enough heft that it allows these things to grip. Because the chipboard that I picked up for this is actually pretty thin, which is good. It all ended up working out, but you know, design decisions made out of necessity. Let's see here. Just thinking. No, I don't think I really have anything interesting. What do you mean? Hey, what's up, 80s room? Don't really know. Basically just watercolor almost. Experimenting. Well, I know that the white is not going to be it for these pages. Like the stark white, it's gonna need something. So I'm just sort of thinking about what I have that I may want to use. That I may want to experiment with. Yeah, they're okay. Let's see here. Well, there's an easy option for that, 80s room. At least I've heard of it. I'm not familiar with it, but I've heard there are options. think I like that. Which is just a straight up like ink. Wonder if I can use. So I think I want to make up. I'm gonna make a wash to use on these. Something that I can basically use on the entire front surface. That's what I want to try. Should still have the color pops and stuff, but I think I want to use this ink, and I have some matte medium, I think. Yes, I do. I really just want to sort of bring the white to a I don't know, just a more used, like it feels really pristine and clean. Like I like the texture on the paper just fine, but I think I'll like it more to bring kind of all of the like, you know, I want to hit basically like the borders and this with the same sort of almost like I would wash like a piece of terrain. And so if I mix up the right consistency, might make it feel like something. We'll see. Just all experimentation, but I've got a couple of them now, so I can make two, see if I like it. Extends color, lowers viscosity, 25% water, gloss medium, good for blending. But usually when I do these things, I'm like following somebody else's guide, so we're just gonna experiment. Can probably do better than using this, can't I? I think I have. Probably just need a cup. Not really interested in totally staining this mason jar, which is what I'll do. Okay, I'm gonna grab a plastic cup. Just a second. Oh man, that sucks. Are they like acclimating two cats together? Is that what you're in the midst of? Interesting. This is a carbon black ink. See if I can darken it a bit. These are Liquitex acrylic inks that I'm... Oh yeah. Much darker. Might end up being a little bit more black than brown now, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just dead. See you, Millen. Thanks for hanging out. Till next time. All right. Let's see if this is a terrible idea or not. does. It is adding some rippling, which is not the end of the world, but it's because it's only secure, only glued down in certain places, which makes sense. See how much of that can be flattened down. Definitely still works, but all right. That's one experiment down. Think I want to try. Let's see. Not that one. So I'm glad that I experimented with the colors, but I think all that I really confirmed for myself is that I think I want these to be a lot simpler than I was making them. I don't think that they need to have that much going on to be interesting. I think I want them to be a lot more functional than where I was going with them, being very decorative. Yeah, so I'm going to try something that's a lot more stripped down on this one. Yeah, I wonder why that happens. So last night I constantly dropping frames, lagging, and then tonight it's literally 0 dropped frames. I wonder if there are like popular nights that people stream, or popular like traffic nights that, and then everybody gets slowed down for. Networks are weird, man. Oh boy. Excited for you. Meanwhile, I have pivoted and am trying a different look for these entirely. One that is a bit more utilitarian and probably faster for me to make, which is probably smart. One thing I don't really want to do is spend a lot of time making things look a way that I end up not liking. That'd be a bad use of my time. Generally recommend people don't do that. Let's see. I'm going with much more stripped down palette. Like it's still being assembled largely the same way, but rather than like being as decorative, I'm gonna try making it super functional and see if that gives more of the vibes that I'm looking for. Keeping it very basic, like a spy kit. And I did have another thought. Remember my super awesome idea that is completely unnecessary to put another letter in the decoder? Think spy. I could make the letter. It's just been redacted. The only thing that's written is the secret message. Everything else has been... It's a cheat, but it allows for dropping in a secret message without actually having to like write something. Could maybe even be related. It could even maybe be related to how Thorn first stumbled upon, or like how they got the clue that like the treasure was buried where it was. An hour 17. What, you need more than that? I actually don't remember how long it is, but that... So, if you enjoy knowing these sorts of things about movies, this is somebody's first feature, independently made, for like $7,000. Basically, the cost of the film stock was the budget of the movie. Everybody did... Like, there wasn't even anybody. There wasn't a crew. It was basically the characters and then their friends. They got involved, but it's super. It sells well. It's super well made. But that could partially contribute to the length of the movie. It's very efficiently told. That's a way that I would put it. That's a way I would describe it. Oh yeah, indie all the way. Okay. So I'm not going to add anything that would cause this to bubble up. I'm just going to Do nothing but the sheets. I don't want multiple steps here, just basically assembling it with glue. What else? Still, I like the corner pieces. And I've got a few different, like, kind of browns that I could use for this side, so it doesn't have to be, you know, super similar, but it should all stay in the same family of brown colors. That way, that's not being seen as a clue as to which one goes to which. We're going to strip down the color choices here. Because I think... So this belongs to this guy, right? Yeah, this is the one, don't use Dad's magic stuff. One idea I had, which could accomplish, it might end up looking like crap. That's what I don't know. I've got these fat markers. I wonder if I can. I wonder if there's a way to, like, make it more like, you know, like, yeah, like it's intentionally kind of messy, right? Like it's a tool, it's not, it's like somebody's like hit it with charcoal. I just don't know whether that would look like exactly what it is. Yeah, it's not intentionally clean. It's done practically speaking to call attention to it and make it so that the parchment underneath is more likely to stand out. That's the story I'm telling myself anyway. Yeah, maybe. I think I'm liking this. What I don't know is whether that's going to give me enough grip on the corners, but it's simpler, and I think I like it more. It'll also be easier to include a hint on these because it's almost just like yeah. If I feel like it, I could always add like the one. It feels like it should be worn almost like a notebook would, like the type of thing where it's like if this was being used, there'd probably be lots of like stray markings on it, right? Like the way that, you know, when you take notes or when you're like, you know, I imagine a thief like measuring like a target distance type of thing, and math and little scratch notes, and maybe things have been scribbled out, like. But I think that's a good impulse. I don't have to figure that out now, but I think that makes this simpler approach good on multiple fronts because it is faster to make, which is nice for me to give myself that every now and then. Give myself something that's not terribly taxing to make. Yeah, I guess that would, right? Like, at least try to. Let's see, okay. Cool. All right. So I'll tell you what else I'm considering. Considering whether there's any value in these coming off. On the earlier draft at first glance, I thought you used marker to rim the windows. It wasn't until you were cutting on the red borders I realized it was paper. Gotcha. Well, that's the other thing too, and see, I think I might actually attach these borders. Because I think it's more likely, I think it'll actually make them easier to use, not harder. Or not the borders, the corners, I mean. As long as I make sure that they have I'm not, like, so I would glue them on the front primarily and on the inside, but not the back. That way paper can slip in and out of them. But they're also not going to, like, go away. Or like fall off. I hate when they fall off. But if I could, I think as long as they're glued in the corners but not on the back part that may be easier said than done. So if I put the super glue on the corner there and I slide this on that way, as long as it doesn't catch in the back and get all gummed up, in theory I could still always adjust those to allow paper to be slipped inside, because I think that being able to slip the paper inside is going to be very satisfying. Okay. I like. And so if I'm smart about it, I think I can do, let's see, so this one is, right. So this goes with this one. Okay. Okay. All right. Now we're well oriented, I think. So that'll be one side. Black will be the other. It's definitely smart. Yeah, you can tell that they thought about how to use the money they had. It's like one of my favorite types of like creative work where it's like, okay, what are our constraints? And then we'll design from there. And more design due to constraints and like continuing. I think it just marries really nicely with believable world building because that's how we iterate on things in the world. Like, well, we want to make a building that's 30 stories tall, but we don't have money for it, so I guess it'll be 29. It's probably a terrible example, but how we end up with all of our weird shit. Well, good. Yeah, it doesn't have to be super flashy to be compelling storytelling, right? Just has to make sense in the tone that's been established. I definitely like this plan where I can effectively cut both sides at once. That's really nice. Still wish it was faster to glue it all together, but oh, for sure, yeah. You gotta work within whatever you can, right? Or oh yeah, that's a good. Forgot about those. Hey, undersampled? Yes, he is. Meanwhile, I spent 2 hours figuring out that, of course, black is always best. Yeah, that movie does have a way about it, doesn't it? Oh, yeah, what'd you think? I think Noelle might still be around. I think she has a bunch of experience in GURPS. I've never tried it myself. Oh, sorry, TMP. I'm usually better at that. I just sort of default to theys everywhere because screen names are terrible clues, but I slept, my bad. I think that was their original goal in the movie. Yes, it's like so many things in that story. It is it's like all context, and I mean, speaking of diegetic, right? They expect a lot out of the viewer, but I believe it's something like that. Yes. Yeah. Well, but that's tricky too. You probably need other clues than that, right? Because dragons are also impossible and magic. So I guess it depends on the rest of the rules in your setting as to whether that would be an easy get or not. Definitely understandable. I like that too. To be honest, if I'm honest, I'm not even sure. It's kind of it's this is similar. This is a totally different thing, right? Because um, and this is super meta, but this is my thoughts on it. Because like community building, which I guess is sort of what Discord and streaming and all these things kind of amount to. I'm not even sure I know what to call it. Like you kind of say like it's a gaming community, and that's kind of true. But there are also folks in the community that are like, nope, never played the game, not even sure I will, but I love crafting, or like I like making stuff, or like the being around the culture is interesting, and like I'm not sure. I think it will take a lot of time before we figure out. Like I think the Discord is D&D with Ryan or whatever, but like what the group is and what the community really amounts to, I think is hard to say yet, which I think is super interesting because it's like DMs, players, what. Yeah, it's a creative community more than a gaming at this point, which is kind of neat. But it's harder to put instead of D&D with Ryan as the Discord name, it's harder to put D&D, but also like every other hobby that spins off of it, and also exposure to other hobbies you never considered before, and then you want to start doing that with Ryan. That's probably the more accurate name for the Discord. Gaming is a major component, but also like all this other stuff is not the focus. So it's fun to watch it slowly grow and find out, right? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. D&D is the most, I think. It's the shared. It's like the shared trait, the shared alignment, and then everybody, it's like the one dot in the constellation, and everything else spirals out, and that's pretty cool. Coming back around to what you guys said, it's a very diverse group. Okay. Totally. Yep. Yeah, that's a good That's a good way to think about it. Pretty sure super glue will hold these metal pieces on. Pretty sure. Because I still like including them. I think they're fun, and they act as a clip. Be improved a bit. I mean, close to final. Yeah. It's at least on the paper that I intend it to be on, but it's not. I need to fold it about 60 more times. Let's see here. Especially if I can actually make it reliably line up perfectly. Well, all ears. What do you got? Basically, Act 1 is get this item in order to get the hidden code only the PCs know is there. Okay. I love the Act 1. I love the Act language already. You know that. We're in the right mindset. Should say one of the right mindsets. So that'll definitely help. But Act 2 starts with, yeah, that code isn't really needed for anything after all. Okay. Imperial docking codes for the blockade just lets you through, but the blockade just lets you through without asking for them. It's supposed to be, huh, that's weird. Something must be up. Ah. I think it's a really easy fix because I think it's a fine concept. It's all about execution. The codes are still necessary, but they do something different than they expected. Or at least the code still feels effective. So, in a sense, like I'm not as familiar with all of the like docking codes, blockade. Like if I take it out of that and I think about it like a safe combination. So let's say we're doing a heist, and so the players spend the first act acquiring, stealing from a guard, let's say, stealing a combination to a safe. And then the very next scene, they're using it. And I would find some way, like, if the players are sort of putting in the safe code, then maybe I have an NPC or there's some indicator that like there's like the unlock, but then there's also like warnings. There's like alarms, and they put in the code, and then somebody goes like, wait, do we, like, this looks like it's going to trip the code, like, I don't know, there's like a decent chance like that it'll trip the alarm, and then they still do it and it unlocks and everybody kind of braces and and then they go, that should have tripped the alarm. That's really weird that it didn't, right? So I typed in chat, but caught a phone call. I figured Noel. I wasn't worried about it. Managing and Thinkercat. I'll post the STL Discord so feel in a good place. They're almost ready. That's totally cool. That's one thought, right? Like make sure that it matters, but still throw in the wrinkle, because I think the wrinkle is cool. Here's another, like, now I'm thinking about it more in the context of the blockade, because the blockade, there's probably people, right? Okay, I'll switch back to, like, let me use my heist example. Let's say they dress up as guards, they've got the code, they go to the safe, they open it, right? They put in the thing and they open it, and they take the stuff. Like the idea, I don't know exactly how to fit in with my analogy. I have to make a new one. But the idea of somebody who has a they also have access, but they make some kind of offhanded remark. They go like, that code was last week's code, right? I mean, it was already unlocked, but you should probably update your codes. Like maybe that could be some kind of indicator. Like the blockade lets them through, and it's like, hey, just so you know, those codes are out of date, but proceed. And it's like, what? It's like, you need to update your system. Those are wrong. Like something so that it still progresses them through, but it doesn't. It's not just like a fall flat moment. I think there's a way to do that, or else like maybe it's worth thinking of other sort of clues that something weird is going on. I think. What's up, Leaf? Welcome. Fortunately not at your tea shop. Well, yeah, what are you thinking? I am not a fan of tea, but I understand it. I can relate well enough to it. Hasn't impeded my life so far. Yeah, it's a delicate balance. If it's directly related to something the players did, it might be worth trying to see. Okay, could this be replaced by 2 or 3 other clues that something is up? Oh, that's cool, Leaf. Very cool. How solid. Pretty solid. Pretty solid. Does this still slip in? Twill. I can loosen those, I think. Cool. Yeah, that's a cool. Awesome. Okay. So that is that. I do think I want to make sure this has a chance to dry. Aspergillus ticor? Am I do not know. I do not follow. So for context, after experimentation, the option on the left is what I think going to go with instead of the option on the right. Not that the option on the right is not workable, but I like the simplicity. I like the slim down approach to this one on the left. And for the amount of time difference it takes to make the two. Oh, the primer fungus, gotcha. It's been a while. Those words aren't fresh in my brain. Okay, all right. Right. So I have a new method of writing these letters. I made a couple of templates. Obviously, this is one template right here. Oh, searching for... So if any of it sounds, well, confusing or strange, and you like that sort of confusing and strange, then check out Primer. Otherwise, probably not. I don't really recommend Primer to very many folks because it's probably not something many people would like. But I certainly like it. All right, look at this crazy thing, guys. Look how awesome this is. It's a crazy person's template, but it totally makes this Child's Play. Oh yeah. There's probably a name for it. If I knew more about like printing presses and processes and stuff like that, I'm sure there's... Yeah, I never claimed to be sane. That's for sure. mean, I know it's all relative, but feeling confident that like all of the right things are there, using the template to make it like this it's really satisfying. It's like, yeah, that's I know that's correct because I wrote the keywords in through here, so I know it's gonna work, unless I really screwed something up. Oops. Wait, is this? Oh no. Okay. So there is such a thing as poor gluing, which is what I did. So I wonder if I can like delicately add it directly on. Yeah. That's a good way to put it. Method to lots and lots and lots of madness. It could just be the super glue speaking to me. It's making me think all sorts of things. Now it is a bummer. I'm gonna have to think of something clever for my my ink wash that I made that's basically useless. Find a spare bottle I can put it into and save it for a washless day. Sometime when I want to wash and I don't have a wash and I need a wash. Yeah, I think I wrote both of these using that template. So there's definitely still variation. It definitely feels still like a handwritten note. There's another key piece that I just thought of. I forgot about until now. I mean, I would have found it going back to the handouts. But one really fun idea that I wasn't sure how to execute on, but now is easier to think about because this is now a more solid concept. The clue early on that there are hidden messages was going to be basically that they find the first letter from Thorn, the unfinished letter from Kai, and for some reason, like, Kai has a damaged decoder. So giving the players like the top corner of something like this, maybe with this even split, so it's just you just get a hint of something, but that highlights like a word somewhere, might be an intriguing thing to include, like a tease of what's to come, like just including a hack off a piece of this and allow it to highlight something in one of the letters that they have. That could be cool. Well, thank you, Noel. I appreciate that. I'm super excited. I think, what does it take, a month to form a habit? So I think we're just about there, and then you guys are just stuck with me all the time. This will just be a thing that I do every day, all the time. I mean, once the true habit is formed, I'm sure there'll be times that I can't for some reasonable reason. But right now, I really I'm not allowing reasonable things to get in the way, which is great. The obsession is driving me. So I need to get a thing up on my wall that's like this many days since we missed a stream, and just keep ticking it up. It's like the reverse accident, the reverse accident counter in a. You guys know what I mean. This is the new one. Yeah. Oh, that's the good stuff right there. I like that. I like that. Okay. No, this was the one. This was the one I made. I think. I can't tell. I guess that's the goal. I think this is the one that I just wrote. Can't even tell. I love it. It's like I tricked myself. Must be the other one, because this one. No. I don't know. Either one. They work the same. Okay. So these are good. Got this guy here, which I think I need something for. Yeah, I'll have to put it on my list. Okay. All right. So this, I think I want all of these pieces together somewhere. I think that's the way to do it. So I put this on top. This is K102. Oh, that's a cool concept for sure. It'd be fun to do something like that in a game, right? Like playing off all of those sorts of sensibilities. Okay. All right. I think this gets. Gotcha. Okay. Now for this one, this one's ready. Put that that's not. Yeah, I mean, these aren't bad, but I just think they're kind of, and I don't like the warping, so then I don't like the weathering. So good ideas, not great execution. Use them some other time. Aw. Thanks, Noel. Well, I appreciate the words. I obviously also really appreciate the $20. That's very kind of you. You're too kind. Thank you, Noel. Woot indeed. It's awesome. Noel says that was supposed to be the appreciation. You're awesome, Night All. No, you're awesome. Thank you so much. Dang. I think I only have this one written. I have that. Put that up there. Right. Mm-hmm. Who knows? It might even be an homage, you know? It might even be a thing that is in there for that reason. Okay, so first I need to... I think making these is so quick now that I can make 2 decoder sheets in about the same amount of time. Let's find out. Oh, hey, Purple Boy. Didn't even see you there. You snuck in on me. Leaf, you need some creative momentum because you're rotting hardcore right now. Yeah, TMP, you're finding that you're discovering the charm. So where's the momentum, Leaf, or where's the lack of momentum? What does that mean? I've definitely felt that before. I mean, technically, a little bit of that, I think, for me at least, is mental. Like down here, I'm surrounded by, and over here on my other shelves especially, are probably, no joke, 20 to 25 like unfinished projects. Like they are conceivably all active. I just set them aside and do something different. Like I've sort of given myself the grace, I guess, to go like, yeah, yep, that's just not gonna be done, you know. I'm gonna go on to the next. I'm gonna go on to some other thing. Now that's not always possible, but I think sometimes it is. And I think there's this pernicious idea that can get, at least in my head, where it's like, oh no, it's not done if it's not finished. It's like, well, I probably learned some stuff and I probably enjoyed making stuff, and it's like, well, wait a minute, I'm not on the clock. Like, it's like, what, is my boss gonna get upset that I didn't finish this thing that I don't even have to make, right? So trying to embrace in some cases, like, yeah, it's that's still incomplete. Yep, or it's still in progress, or it'll sit there for, I'll pick it up in a year. Who knows? Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll never pick it up again. That there's still value in the work that has happened, I guess. Yeah. The isn't that like it's like the Pomodoro timer method or whatever? I may have that word wrong, but it's like if you could do something for 5 minutes, odds are you'll be able to do it for another 10, for another 20. It eats away at you. Yeah. I understand that too. It's definitely not an easy thing to deal with. We are our own harshest critics. It's almost like we keep like an internal score for ourselves, right? Like, okay, that's done. Now that can move into the win column. But really, like for me, and that's why I say, like, I don't know that I don't know that I'm like barely beginning to understand how to motivate myself when I'm not in the mood, but I know that the habit, you guys are great, but I know that the habit of streaming and making something every day has been really good for me. Like I said, you guys are also awesome. But like this seems to be helping me. Fair enough. Undersamples is making a good point. Yeah. Yeah, totally. That's, yeah, yep. Undersampled, you know that understanding primer is a fool's errand. What kind of writing, Leaf? Character writing. Okay. Yeah, I want to do that too. I need to finish up one or both of my active campaigns, probably just one of them that's nearing the end. So that I have some room to try out other systems. I've been sort of collecting interesting system books, sort of making a list, checking it twice, you know. Oh yeah, I remember that line. TMP. Yeah, Leaf. That's hard. I definitely I can relate to that. I don't know, Leaf. Have you tried posting any of this um, relevant bits to maybe the Discord, get some feedback? Might that might help on the encouragement side of things, or even just validation on ideas and stuff like that. Trash is better than nothing, which is true. That sounds like good advice. Yeah, I craft down here in my basement, so it's, you know, I assume most of the time I don't see them, but I know that the walls at any time have a decent chance of a spider or bug of some sort being there. I mean, this is where they are gonna end up sooner or later. Cool encounter. Just have to glue that down. I'm going to, for some reason, refresh my coffee because I'm still going. So I will be right back in a minute. Yeah. Some good like it's like it feels like effortless, right? Like some just kind of tossed in what do you call it? Some very clever lines just kind of thrown away in that movie. I like. Yeah, to its detriment at times when it could use a little bit of telling. Yeah. It's kind of like what were we talking about that the other day? You know, like these like big budget movies, right? Like John Wick does that to an extent. Obviously, it's a lot more approachable, a lot more in your face, but it does that on a big budget scale. I think The Fifth Element falls into that category too, of like you just sort of get what you need as it goes, and you don't ever have like everybody stop, let's explain the entire thing real quick because we've got the new guy. The new guy doesn't know how the what's that line from the Stallone movie? What's it called? Where he travels to the future by being frozen or whatever, and it's like, oh, he doesn't know how the seashells work, right? Seems almost like a meta joke on that. Definitely. I don't think does that happen in that movie? No, no. Sylvester Stallone is like a cop, and I think and he's gotta go after like I don't know. It's really dumb. I remember the person. It was Sandra Bullock who delivered the line about the seashells. It's a weird one. It's a weird movie. Can't place it though. Yeah, especially if you watch the version without the horrible studio mandated voiceover. There are also a lot of really nice moments in Die Hard, actually, in the first Die Hard movie that are very show don't tell, like how they use basically choreography and sort of repeated shots to basically communicate the spatial dimensions of the few floors that John McClane is going between. Oh, sorry. Stupid. Yeah, ironically, right? The original Star Wars better before, so much better before things were explored or tried to be explained about, like, you know, actually a parsec is blah blah blah. Well, it's what's so funny, right? Because it shows how valuable it is to truly put the effort in to sell a convincing world to people, because they've been riding on the back of that movie for 50 years. That's crazy. Like, with only really recently them starting to expand, and by them I mean, I guess now Disney, beginning to expand into world building other parts of that universe rather than basically just kind of retreading the same well established kind of groups of people, locations, references. Yeah, because it probably came as it was probably written like backwards from a scene necessity perspective. Like, okay, we need to build the scene. All right, so there must have been some kind of war, right? Let's reference a war. I wish the war be called. What's something that sounds really otherworldly? Oh, Clone Wars. That's a cool idea. It wasn't that there was like... It's kind of going back to that earlier stuff I was mentioning about like so much... Like, I think the interesting designs emerge from constraints, not from sort of being unbounded, right? And sometimes... I mean, sometimes that can be good, I guess, like... But so much of the storytelling coming after some of those early movies just feels like a punch list of like, okay, well, let's, which I guess is a sort of constraint, but I guess bad work can come from, even if you have constraints, there's no guarantee. Okay, I want to do... I think my points get less and less cogent further into the crafting I go. What's good? You got it. 2 a.m. Okay. Cool. That all feels good. Now, haha, this guy. Okay, so for this, I actually need... I need those wonderful templates that I made for my the other ones. I'm gonna need it for this too. Crazy. Maybe eventually, right? Maybe that's okay. I know I had. Maybe I didn't. Did I not make? Did I only make the one? Did I not make one for this? I could have sworn I did. Okay. I guess I didn't. Thought I had it made for both. Okay. Okay. Oh, that's fair. it must exist. I must have made it. That's how I wrote that. I definitely made it. Definitely made it. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. Cool. Great. Okay. All of it together. You think you're reaching the part where it becomes confusing? Yeah. Yeah, that's probably true. Seems about right. Is it no longer true that, okay, I thought that they can't go back to before they turned on the machine. Is that not true? It's like how a DVR can record a show you were watching but can't record before the point that you started watching the show. Uh-huh. Yep. Why, what about that? Oh, you're gonna make me watch Primer again. The vibes. It's good. I know, right? It's nothing. It's enough time for me to make another single letter. Correct. Yeah, there's nothing else to say for now. Just feel free to drop all of your thoughts though, because it's a joy. It's a joy to experience. uh, uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, I remember. Remember. That's one idea. That's one idea. That's an interesting thought. These are all very good questions. Soviet sabotage creating nuclear war, devastating half the planet. Good job. I don't think I know that that post, TMP. I do not follow. Or maybe you got a different version of the movie than I did. I don't remember that happening at the end. That would be a twist. Well, that makes sense. I see. So what's your rating of the movie, or maybe you're still finishing it? Sorry. I'll stop distracting you then. Love it. Oh yeah. Oh man. I'll have to check that out. This man is voluntarily Groundhog Daying himself. I really liked Edge of Tomorrow too. I haven't watched it in a while. I need to rewatch it. I remember really, really liking it. Early edition, I've heard of that. I don't think I've watched it though. It's all good. That makes more sense. It's like, man, what's that a reference to? That's one of those that's one of those moments that really recontextualizes the whole thing for it's one of those moments. So what'd you think? Yeah, these are all great lines. It's good stuff. Uh-huh. Yep. So the attic line is one of my favorites in the movie. Because and the payoff is on multiple, there's so many payoffs in this movie for multiple watches. I think one of the first things that's mentioned early on in the movie. Thank you. Yeah. so here's the pitch. Here was the pitch for Primer. What if we told a story about a time paradox, but not from the beginning? Yeah. By the time you feel like you're starting to understand it, it's like, okay, so here's how far in we are, right? Love it. Yeah, one of my favorite movies. Kind of, yeah, or like from the perspective of uh it's almost like, okay, clear, like they're not the let's just accept for a few minutes that you can change things and that it's the paradoxes happen, and there are effects of that. Who's the interesting character to follow? The originator? That feels very safe. That feels very comfortable. Let's pick the unknown, the unwilling person who thinks they're originating it in the middle, and not reveal that we're in the middle until the end, basically. That's like, and I'm curious, Undersampled's take on it, but I think that what we're talking about right now is like the base level of understanding the movie. Like this is like, okay, this is fine. Right. Yeah, I love the way that they talk about the fear of paradoxes in the movie. They're very aware of the possibility. They just don't realize how much trouble it's they've already caused, I know that to this day I don't understand, and I'm not sure there is a way to understand the stuff with the guy that they tell about it, who, like, again, that's sort of an early clue that, like, wait, which cycle of this are they in? Because they're like, was it like Granger or something like that? It's chat spoiler safe. Well, if there's ever a safe time in chat, it's towards the end where nobody's around, but we can always give a warning about Prestige. Warning, don't read chat. I'll be careful with my words. It's a great movie. Go see it. There are some movies that even if somebody, you think you've been spoiled, you should still see it. I would count Prestige among those movies. It is still watchable even if you think you've been spoiled. It's very, very good. I think you can proceed. Thanks for asking, TMP. Speak at will. Find another matching stupid thing. Right in front of me. No, I love the moment in Primer where it's like Granger. I think the friend or the investor is Granger. They're like, wait, did you tell Granger about this? Like, I didn't tell Granger about this. The thing that gets me every time I watch that is when Jackman falls in the tank and is drowning. Bale tries to save him but fails, but Jackman's face is one of real panic. Yeah, that. Wait. He wasn't acting. This may be a bit of trivia I don't know. I'm excited. Yeah, exactly. I love that. It's basically like, it's like an illustration of the thought experiment of just what would you do to be, what would you do to accomplish everything you'd ever wanted. But one of them dies. It's not a 50. He's done this magic trick, and every time he creates two conscious beings, but one of them dies. It's not a 50-50 which one his consciousness goes into. It's both of them. Technically, the one who dies is the original each time, and the other is the copy. The copy goes on to do the trick again, but his memories are that every time he does the trick 100 times, he survives and teleports. I mean, it would work either way, right? Like, he certainly died one of the times, like, at minimum, right? Like, out of 100, like, if it is, but I don't think. Now, yeah, okay, maybe I'm missing it. I mean, obviously, every time the one who's on stage dies, the copy survives. Oh, sorry. I see what you're saying. Yeah. I think that's one way to take it, but so I guess here's how I always interpreted it. Because the line is something like, every night I never knew which one I'd be, right? It's from a physical perspective, right? Obviously that body goes down, we know what happens to that body. But from a like metaphysical, like consciousness perspective, he's saying he doesn't know which one he's going to be. In a straight, like, coming out of it, because he's effectively splitting himself, right? Is he going to be the one of him that stays, or is he going to be the one of him that's copied? He doesn't know that. And technically the answer is both every time. He just obviously doesn't retain the memories of the one that he loses. But obviously somewhere that experience exists, and one of the times maybe that'll be him, but that's because now he's attaching a what is it called? Like a parody of being to him, when we know that there isn't one anymore. And that's what makes it difficult to think about. So he still identifies, Jackman's character still identifies himself as someone with a consistent set of experiences, but he's broken that. He doesn't have that anymore. But when he talks about it, that's how he talks about it. I don't know which one I'll be. But the reality is that he's never... he loses parity with his existence every time he does it, is what I'm trying to say, I think. Well, he certainly is, but does he see himself that way? You know what I mean? It's a perspective question. From a material standpoint, it's very clear. From a sense of himself, because I think the problem in the way he's describing it is that he has a flawed sense of self. Once you start copying yourself, the idea of me kind of goes away, or at least it becomes almost inconsequential to anybody on the outside, because your you is, there's not much there. Yeah, I'm not sure any. I'm not sure any thing I've seen, um, any movie I've seen ever has ever really tackled the concept. Right. He still thinks there is a me when the only possible truth is that for him to be here, his me was created. But he's presupposing a concept of me, of him, that extends beyond that moment, and that doesn't exist actually. But because of the implanted memories, I guess there is. This would be like, gosh, I can think of a couple of movies that tackle this as well that are very fascinating, but I can't suggest them because it'll be a total spoiler for the movies. And I'll pick another time, some other day, and I'll be like, hey, here's some, apropos of nothing, here's some interesting movies you guys should check out. Yeah. There are some. Yeah, I can think of a couple. You'll never know which one I suggest. Well, even I mean, there's even a bit of that. I mean, any sort of Groundhog Day sort of has this idea embedded in it somewhere. What were we just talking about? That Tom Cruise movie, even like the what even is he in that story? Edge of Tomorrow, right? Technically, wasn't it called like Live Die Repeat or something like that? Very strangely marketed movie. One of my favorite concepts in Westworld, um, the obviously the newer one, the modern HBO Westworld. I was pretty much on board with it for 2 seasons, and then it started to lose me pretty rapidly. But that first season is pretty much perfection, and I love the concept at one point um, by Ford, the sort of the person who conceived of all this AI, all these talking about what is the difference between these robot creations and people. And that to some extent that's part of the question of the entire series or the entire first season at the very least. And he's like, there isn't one. There's no discernible difference between these life experiences. And it's just, copy paste. Oh, okay. I don't think I've read that. Yeah, I mean, the whole thing, the whole topic just calls to question what is the value of you know the conscious life? Like, what is it? Because if it's feelings and perceptions, oh, okay, cool. I'll have to. I need to read more anyway, so I'll have to. I have not read it. No. There's a brief moment of that topic coming up in or that came up at one point in WandaVision, which I really liked. It's kind of taken on a different vibe to me since Doctor Strange too, but Vision in I think at the end of WandaVision sort of has a conversation with himself about who he is, and it's a fairly basic approach, right? It's just like a ship of Theseus type of thing, but that I hope they dive more into in a more serious way, but we'll see. Yeah, basically. There's a non-Lydier comic book I read once, which I think I can probably spoil here because I doubt you'll run across it. Yeah, probably. It's a fun thought experiment. Also seems like a really inefficient way to make ice cream. If I'm tracking where this is going. You couldn't just get some heavy cream. You couldn't just get some salt and start mixing it. The off chance that ice cream randomly spontaneously generates in the bucket, which is improbable but possible, that universe is the one that survives. Bit of a, what would it be? It's like the survivorship bias or whatever, right? That's a great machine. It's like, well, you think so. You're in the version of the universe that it continues to function. Lucky you. Yeah, that's fun to think about. That's fun. That's fun and existentially horrifying. Which is worthwhile combination. Yeah, sounds like a good. You said it was a comic book. That's neat. There's a reason. I think there's a good reason at the end of a lot of these existential quandaries. Uh, for my what philosophy I took in school, it would be said after all of this. So anyway, so let's play. Let's play checkers. Like, given all of that, let's play some games, right? Have you ever asked how come whenever we pick some random schmo to follow when writing the story, stuff happens to him? It is true. It's rarely the case that nothing happens. We're getting into like meanwhile, I was gonna say what the heck is it? What the heck is the game called where you it's the Stanley Parable. That's where my mind went. So many good endings in that game. So well done. I want to revisit it because I think since the last time I played it, there's been a bunch added. I noticed that when I was scouting out on Steam for things I want to play. Yeah. I don't know if you guys ever played Braid, but it's an interesting take on time mechanics in a video game. It's a side scroller. Fun game, fun story. Yeah. Uh, we've we've taken things to a whole new level. See, that's what happens when you watch Primer. It's true. I mean, we did entertain a brief discussion of one of the more complex movies that I've ever seen. I think my favorite meme. Uh, okay, I think my favorite. Look at XKCD made a Primer comic at one point, and it's just I think it was XKCD, and it's like time travel in movies represented by like lines, and so it's like okay, here's the time, here's like going back and like Back to the Future, and then here's like whatever, and then it does a few of them, and then it gets to Tenet, it gets to Primer, and it's just like a line that you can't. Yeah, XKCD. Yeah, that's my favorite explanation of the complexity of the movie. That's about right. I bet there's a lot of people. Was Primer the only time travel one? Okay, in my mind, I imagined there were others, or maybe I've seen another thing like it. I bet there are a lot of people who would have really liked Primer who didn't make it past some of the very early scenes because they actually the guy who wrote and directed and starred in Primer, I think was like a mechanical engineer, so he tried to make the language used as they're talking about their like their big idea, their big experiment. He tried to make it as legit as possible, which just so happens to be really really difficult to sit through for a lot of people. I bet a lot of people bailed before getting to the really intriguing stuff because a lot of that preamble at the beginning is you don't have to pick up on you don't have to track what you just have to get the vibe that like, oh, they're trying to start a company together and they're trying to invent something. Like that's the important part. But yeah, it's very natural, but it is like it's hard to track. Or if you, I would say like if you don't already have somebody encouraging you like no, watch this movie. If you're just like, okay, I'll check out this movie, like people will be like, I don't want to watch even an hour of this. But it's only the first 10 or 12 minutes, and then it really starts to pick up. I agree. And that's hard to do in a movie, like or any sort of storytelling at all. Convincingly show people as smart. Usually, what you get, especially in like big budget stuff, is like I don't know. It's kind of insulting to say it this way, but like a dumb person's idea of a smart person. You know, like somebody that's a super genius. Those guys in Primer didn't seem like super geniuses. It seems like they are on the 80th experiment, and so they're talking in a way that like is just impenetrable to other people, right? Yeah, quantum. But no, like if you're, it's not all that different. It's insider language. It's insider talk that is really hard to pick up on. That's the bulk of what it actually sounds like to hear people that know what they're talking about. They have a shared vocabulary. What was it in that one scene of MacGyver? Oh, say it in English, please. Yeah, that's the worst. That's terrible. Preserve the chapter Q. This is Q connected. We all grown that because of how complicated the discussion was and that from outside. Yeah. What's up, Jordan? Why is it called primer? I don't know. Oh, that's awesome. Well, congrats to your uncle. That's really cool. Gotcha. I don't think I've seen that. Cool. Okay, this one gets a little bit of character. It's like I made it all the way to the bottom and put a capitalized I. Can you believe it? So that one gets a little scratch out. Thorn made a mistake on that one. That's okay. See you guys. Thanks for hanging out. Catch you the next time. Cool, Undersampled. Thanks for hanging out. Always good to chat. The streak continues. The streak must continue. Thanks. I really should. Oh, that's so cool. Moved. Don't need it. Get out of my way. Out of my way. All right. So, what happened tonight? What was all of this? All of this let's see. Yeah. Awesome. Wasted a bunch of time on these, but not really, because I figured out that I didn't like it. So off to the scrap heap. Maybe I'll use that version for something else another time. So what did we end up with? We end up with first page of the letter and its decoder, as well as second page. Actually, I got a couple copies of that one. Let's go with that. First and second page, two different colors, just to be cool. All right, so two decoders, and one of this would be the unsent letter, as well as now half of the first letter and the decoder that goes with that. So cooking is what we are. We are cooking closer than we've ever been before. Everything here is a bit of a mess, so I'll take care of that. This approach to the decoder is a real that's the real accomplishment today, is getting to a point where, okay, this is what needs to be created. This is what needs to be, provided to the players. We still need to figure out a way to link them, but get these weathered up a bit, bend them, twist them, ruin them, and get an envelope for this one. This one probably won't. This one will just be sort of free form, but yeah, I mean, getting very exciting now on real paper that could technically have like dates. I need to think about that. Dates would be an interesting addition. Okay. Thanks to everybody who hung out at different times. Long stream, but big long projects. So I'm gonna call it.
And we'll do it some more tomorrow, I bet. So, till then.